Good morning, Commissioner. First witness for the inquiry this morning is Mr. Bob Gorman. If we could have the court reporter affirm Mr. Gorman, please.
Good morning, sir. Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, an affidavit has been prepared and affirmed by Mr. Gorman, and Mr. Gorman's affidavit will form much of the basis of his evidence in chief this morning, though I do have some additional questions to supplement the affidavit he provided in his affidavit. And I anticipate that some of the other participants may similarly have some questions for Mr. Gorman after I finish. So just some preliminaries, Registrar, if we could call up Mr. Gorman's affidavit. Thank you. Mr. Gorman's affidavit hasn't yet been assigned a document ID in the inquiry database, but I anticipate that once it does, it will have the document ID of RHV 968. And if we could mark this document as Exhibit 51, I believe. I'll be referring to it during Mr. Gorman's testimony. And the majority of the documents that are referenced in Mr. Gorman's affidavit are cited in overview document number 4. As such, they've already been, they form one of the exhibits. But there's one document referenced in Mr. Gorman's affidavit that is not included in any of the overview documents, and that is MTO 12945. Registrar, if we could call up that document. Thank you. And so if we could mark this document as an exhibit, and that would be Exhibit 52, please.
Thank you, Council. Noted.
Thank you. And we can end the call out of that document. So, Mr. Gorman, I don't think I'll be very long in my questions today. As I said, I have some questions to supplement the evidence that you provided in your affidavit, but I don't intend to retread the evidence that's already been provided and to cover what's already been covered. And I understand that you may require some frequent breaks during your testimony. I don't expect that I'll be longer than 15 minutes, but if you need a break at any time, just speak up and we can take a break.
Thank you.
So I want to start this morning by talking about some of the requirements for the DSM applications, specifically talking about the requirement for skid testing as part of an application. First looking at it more generally, and then in the context of the testing that was conducted by the MTO on the Red Hill Valley Parkway for the DeMix aggregates application. So Registrar, if we could call up image 4, paragraph 7 of Mr. Gorman's affidavit.
Oh, that's better.
Thank you. So yes, if you, Mr. Gorman, if you need us to zoom in or zoom out on any of the documents at any time, you can just let the registrar know. So in paragraph 7 of your affidavit, this is talking about the general practice of skid testing for a DSM application. And you state that in your experience, evaluating an application for DSM inclusion would typically involve skid testing of a 500-meter asphalt test strip on a road that was owned, operated, and built by the MTO using the applicant aggregate and then a control section next to it. So as I understand it, the typical practice would be to have the test section and then the adjacent control section. Is that correct?
That was always typical for King's Highway work. So if you had something, for instance, on the 401, that they build that minimum 500-meter test section right immediately adjacent. That's correct.
Okay, and adjacent to the control section.
That's correct.
And now moving to a different paragraph in your affidavit, Registrar, if we could call up image 10, paragraph 19. And so this paragraph is referring to the DeMix aggregates application, but focusing on the last two sentences. It says the RHVP pavement did not include a control section on using an already approved DSM listed aggregate, and as such, skid testing was conducted only on the test section, being a 3-kilometer section of the RHVP SMA pavement that contained the DeMix aggregate. And then in the last sentence, although this deviated from normal procedure, there have been instances where skid testing was conducted for the purpose of a DSM application only on a test section and without an adjacent control section. So as I understand your evidence, it was usual practice, and as you just confirmed, there would be an adjacent control section, but in some instances, an aggregate would be evaluated in the absence of a control section. Is that right?
That's correct. There were what I would call them, they were afterthoughts. They were after pavements. So quite often a contractor would pave a piece of road, and down the road, they would want that included on the DSM or for consideration. So of course, there normally was not a control involved with that. If there was, then we had to dig it out to see exactly what was paved adjacently, on a number of occasions, actually. But usually only for the old HL1 and the modern day FC1 pavements.
Okay. And so on sort of a scale of magnitude, how common was this? You say in your...
Well, I can think of a number of the DSM sources that were listed in the province of Quebec were that way, of course, because they were all after paved. And there were some on Highway 11, a couple on Highway 11, I remember. There was a large one, 40 kilometers from Sudbury to Hagar. That had, I can't remember if that had control before and after. And I think there was a dolomitic somewhere, but I don't remember specific details.
And as I think you described these, the pavements that were test section without a control section as sort of an after, describe them as the afterthought.
Yeah, an afterthought, exactly.
And in your experience, what effect, if any, did the absence of a control section have on the ability of you or the soils and aggregate section more broadly to evaluate an aggregate's frictional qualities?
Well, I don't remember any issues. Most of the afterthoughts were done with granites and gneisses, and they have obviously a higher skid resistance than the trap family, and in one case a dolomitic, which of course is the Cadillac of premium wearing courses. So I really didn't find too much of a difference without having a control. In some cases it probably was better because you had a lot more data points that you could look at over a larger span, rather than the data points that would be included in a 500-meter test section with control before and after.
And so just in terms of that, would that be because typically the test sections that didn't have, I'll use your language, the afterthought test strips were typically longer in length?
Well, normally, yeah, they probably paved the whole contract with the aggregate in question. So they would be the whole length of the contract. They could be 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, what have you. But for the most part, like I said, they were the old HL1 Marshalls or FC1s were super pave. So they were not the DFCs or FC2s, and certainly not the SMAs. So they didn't get really too much into that. They were normally in the King's Highway, put down with control.
And as you state here in paragraph 19 of your affidavit, the Red Hill Valley Parkway was used for DMIX's application, and that was one of those instances where that normal procedure was deviated from.
Yeah, I believe the entire Red Hill Valley, northbound and southbound, was considered as the trial. The head of the section I had at the time had the power to make that decision, and that's what the decision was, because it actually, in the 2007 requirement guidelines for DSM inclusion, I remember there's a sentence in there that the head can both approve and disapprove the trial section. If I remember correctly, I hope I do.
Okay, and so the head at that time would have been Chris Rogers.
No, I believe not. I think it was, I believe Steve Sr. took over after Chris retired in spring of 2008, if I'm not mistaken. I think so.
You're correct on that. I was just more in terms of the timing of when that decision was made.
That was actually that, if I'm not mistaken, the 2007 requirement guideline had that in there. And of course, I don't have the previous ones, but they would be probably much the same. So the whole DSM requirement started off from a very small document that was put in the body of the letter. And then after time, when slags were banned and a lot of rock people were trying to get on the DSM, we had to come up with a better system of dealing with the applications, because there were just so many. And the requirement guideline was the one that seemed to work the best. And it evolved over years into what it is now. It's probably changed since I've retired.
Okay. So just going back to something you said a moment ago, you said that it wasn't common to have, as I understand it, wasn't common to have a test strip in SMA without an adjacent control section. Was I understanding you correct on that?
Yeah, I don't remember too many. I have a hard time remembering too many SMA pavements that went down in test sections. I think, if I remember correctly, now this is going back a while, but there were a lot of FC2 pavements down that went through the process, and the transition from FC2 to SMA, I don't think it was that big an ordeal, because the FC2s were already down and tested. But I can't remember, excuse me, specifics pertaining to how you went from an FC2 to an SMA. I think it wasn't that hard an issue, I believe. Obviously, physicals had to pass and the skid numbers had to be satisfactory.
So just now to look more specifically at the DMIX application and the decision around using the Red Hill as the test strip, and we've sort of touched on that, but to situate you in time, on December 7th, 2007, Paul Janikis of Dufferin emailed Chris Rogers, and Mr. Janikis requested to begin the process of placing the DMIX aggregate on the DSM. And then on December 10th, 2007, Mr. Rogers forwarded that email to you and the application materials and asked you to prepare the draft response. And as I understand it from your affidavit, that was standard practice. And
right, that's correct.
Okay. And then the next day, on December 11th, 2007, Mr. Marciello emailed the October 16th, 2007 Red Hill Valley Parkway skid testing results to Mr. Rogers, and you were copied on that. And then a few days after that, on December 13th, 2007, Mr. Rogers sent a letter back to DMIX. And Registrar, if we could call up MTO 42.
Okay.
And this is the December 13th, 2007 letter from Chris Rogers.
Right, correct.
And as I understand it, you prepared this letter. Is that correct?
I prepared most correspondence, and Chris and Steve, of course, being the head, would look them over, and when they're happy with them, they'd sign them. Correct.
And Registrar, if we could call up as a side-by-side image 6 and paragraph 13 of Mr. Gorman's affidavit. Sorry, paragraph 13. Great, thank you. So yeah, that's fine, Registrar, thank you. So in that first sentence in paragraph 13, states, at the time I prepared the December 13th, 2007 letter, I was aware that RHVP was going to be used as a de facto test strip for DMIX Aggregates DSM application. And so we've touched on this, but just to fill in some of the details about when you learned that information and who you learned that from. Do you recall when that decision was made to proceed with using the RHVP as the test strip?
I don't recall exactly, but I know it had to be decided because it was in the subsequent letter of test results. So that would have been the next step, obviously going there to the quarry and testing it. And then that letter would go back to Estelle Gagnon, I believe. And at that time, I believe it was approved for the trial, because that would be in the body of the next letter.
Right. And that's the December, I believe that's the December 4th, 2008 letter.
Yeah, that would make sense about the timing. By the time you got the results, I would say roughly.
Okay, so as I understand it, I'm sorry, just to, I guess, clarify what your evidence is. Did you know at the time, you prepared the December 13th letter that the RHVP would be used as the test strip?
I can't remember that. I'm sorry. It's possible, but I just don't remember.
Do you recall having any discussion with, at the time of the December 13th letter, Chris Rogers was the head of the Soils and Aggregate section.
Right.
So do you recall having any discussion with Mr. Rogers about possibly using the Red Hill as the test strip?
That's possible. That's quite possible, but I don't remember specific details about that. I seem to remember more that when the next letter went out with the physical test results, that in the body of that letter, there was a discussion about allowing the Red Hill as the trial section. And that wasn't until, you said December, I forget, 2008.
Sure. So why don't we can call up that
Okay.
letter, Registrar. We can end these call outs and go to.
Right. Because it would have been, I'm thinking it might have been too premature to think about that at that time, because we weren't even at the quarry yet.
Sure. So Registrar, it would be MTO 44. And this is the December 4th, 2008
Right.
letter.
Okay. Right. This is the one I remembered exactly.
Okay. So as I understand it, you prepared this letter?
That's correct. I prepared it for, it would have been Mr. Senior's signature.
And Registrar, if we could call out that last paragraph at the bottom of the page. So there it says, because your quarried aggregate was used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway in a 12.5 SMA mixture, contract PW 06243, we will allow this city job to act as the trial section needed for your source to be included on the ministry's designated sources for material list. So is that what you were just referring to?
Yeah, this is what I remember. And this one would have been specific to using the Red Hill as a trial. And this is the only one actually I remember more so than what you said at the beginning.
Okay. And do you recall if this, if you wrote this paragraph, was this something that you would have included in the draft you gave to Mr. Senior?
Well, no, I wouldn't have had the authority to make that decision. That decision would have normally be made by the head of the section. And if I had I must have had the green light on it to put it in there. So
do you recall any discussion with Mr. Senior about this, about using the Red Hill as the test strip?
I don't recall it. It probably happened though, but I can't remember exactly the discussion.
But your recollection is you wouldn't have put this in the letter without.
No, not for something that important, because my power could only go so far.
Right. Okay. So this was a decision above you.
That's correct. Normally the head, or even possibly the heads may have discussed it. They had a monthly meeting, and they very well have discussed the whole matter too. So it may have been more than just Mr. Senior. It's possible.
Okay. And Registrar, if we could end this call out, and just to go back, jumping back to the December 2007 letter, Registrar, if we could call that back up. MTO 42. So you'll see in this letter in paragraph 3, it says, I note that your quarried aggregate was recently used on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway in a 12.5 SMA mixture. We plan to monitor the performance of your aggregate in the expressway. So here, the reference to monitoring, do you know what that means?
Well, that looks like, that doesn't look like my writing. That looks more like what Chris would have put in. But monitoring would be, in my opinion, looking at it in person, and certainly monitoring by way of using the brake force trailer for skid numbers.
Okay, so monitoring would include a visual inspection and also the use of the skid trailer.
Right, brake force data.
Okay, so that would be the friction testing that Mr. Marciello conducts?
He was, yeah, Frank Marciello was the chap that did that work with a brake force trailer. Exactly. So
from your review of this letter, it looks like there's at least some contemplation of doing skid testing on the Red Hill as of December 2007?
Sorry, I didn't get the first part. I couldn't hear the first part.
Sorry, so from your review of this letter, the December 2007 letter, now that we've looked at this third paragraph, there's at least some contemplation of doing skid testing on the Red Hill?
Well, there was friction testing done in October 07, and that would have been, I imagine, on the opened lane, which was the southbound lane, not the northbound because of construction. So there was data already in existence 2 months prior to this. So I don't know if that, it's a little confusing, this. I have to admit, it's hard to remember back that many years.
That's fair.
But, you know.
Okay, so as of December 13th, 2007, some indication that there would be monitoring, and then your recollection is that by December 2008, the decision had been made to allow the Red Hill to be the test section. Is that right?
Right. No, normally, any applicant would have friction testing done, and it's not just a short term. I always would call it up every year when I did my memorandum to head of pavement and foundation, and I had a whole list of test sections to test. So it could, depending on which one it was, it could go for, I've seen them go 10 years, possibly, just to keep maintaining an eye on the data.
And just to close the loop on the use of the Red Hill as the test strip, Registrar, if we could go back to Mr. Gorman's affidavit and call up images 7 and 8, paragraph 13. Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I'm way off. It would be 6 and 7. Thanks. Sorry, my reference is off.
No, that's all right.
Bear with me for a moment.
Oh, no, that's okay. I have a hard time seeing this. So.
Sorry, I think Registrar, right now it's got, I believe it's image 6 and image 9 up. Should be image 6 and 7. Thank you. So we looked at this paragraph before, but if we could call it, just looking at the last sentence in the paragraph, it says, an applicant would be assumed to have the requisite authorization from the owner to propose or agree to a test site at the heart of his application. So as I understand it, is this a general assumption you're referring to here?
It looks like it to me.
And that's an assumption that you held.
Right.
And so this, in the context of what we've been talking about here, the DMIX application, did this assumption described in paragraph 13 also apply?
I couldn't hear half of what you said. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let me read. An applicant would be assumed to have a requisite authorization from the owner to propose or agree to a test site in the heart of the application. So they had to have permission from MTO in order to place it. Is that what, yeah.
Right, so in the context of the Red Hill and the DMIX aggregate, would your assumption have been that the DMIX aggregate, who is the applicant, have had the authorization from the owner, in this case, the city of Hamilton, to propose or agree to use the Red Hill as the test site?
I don't know. That's pretty tough. The 2008 is clear to me because it says it right there, but I don't remember. It would have to have been maybe with Mr. Rogers, a discussion, but in the initial letter, I don't remember. I can't honestly remember that far back. It's a little confusing too, because we're going from Mr. Senior and then back to Mr. Rogers. So that's when he was pretty close to retiring then, but I don't remember a discussion about that. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Right, okay. But leaving aside any discussions, would you have, or upon receiving an application, would the assumption be that the applicant would have permission to use or authorization to use a test strip for the application purposes?
Well, that they may very well have thought that, but that as I said before, that decision can't be made by me. That wasn't my decision. That had to come from management. It was already in existence, and maybe it was a logical thing, but the green light would have to come from a member of management. But it wasn't the typical type, as we said, not the typical type trial with control, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Okay. And Registrar, we can end that call out now. Just a moment. And one last topic to cover. Registrar, if we could pull up image 12, paragraph 26 of Mr. Gorman's affidavit. So in this paragraph states, I do not recall having a discussion with Becca Lane, Mr. Senior, and Mr. Marciello regarding the 2014 RHVP skid testing results and the status of the DMIX aggregate on the DSM as it pertained to the 2014 results.
No, I don't remember having a discussion. I read this and thought about it, and had there been a discussion, usually there's some type of work function associated with it. So there'd be a follow-up to that. So, and this is why I don't remember it.
Okay.
There's a lot of things I don't remember anymore. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So Ms. Lane testified last week that she recalls having an internal discussion with herself, Mr. Marciello, and Mr. Senior, and you about the DMIX aggregates. And what she told us is that she recalls that you and Mr. Marciello came into her office with the 2014 results, and that you wanted to speak with her about the DSM and the DMIX aggregate and whether the MTO was satisfied with DMIX's performance. And that she recalls that the three of you then went to Mr. Senior's office and you spoke about this, and the end result of that discussion was that DMIX aggregate would remain on the DSM and would not be delisted. So in the context of what Ms. Lane recalls, I just want to make sure I understand what your evidence is. So is it your evidence that...
You're right. I don't remember, but if Ms. Lane said that, then it's no doubt true. She was a lot younger than me and she's got a better memory. So it's entirely possible.
Okay, so it's possible that if she recalls it, it happened, but you don't have a recollection of it.
No, that's right.
And so if that conversation did take place, you just don't remember what was discussed or what was said.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions for Mr. Gorman. I wonder if Mr. Gorman, if it would be a good time, if you'd like to take a break, we can take a brief break. Otherwise,
personally, I'm okay as long as there's an option maybe later.
Yep, for sure. So Commissioner, I haven't had a chance to canvass with counsel for the other participants this morning about their time estimates. I understand that the city may have some questions for Mr. Gorman.
Well, let's go through the panel. Ms. Janine Roberts for the city, will you have some questions?
Yes, I think I'll just have a couple of questions, so won't need any more than 5 minutes of everyone's time.
Well, why don't we proceed with your questions?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Gorman, I just want to ask a couple of follow-up questions on the discussion you just had with Commission Counsel on paragraph 13 of your affidavit, and maybe, Mr. Registrar, we could put that paragraph up again. It spans images 6 and 7. Apologies for having to get you to call those out again. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And Mr. Gorman, I just wanted to ask you again about that last sentence in particular, and just I wanted to make sure I understood your evidence. When you say there that an applicant would be assumed to have the requisite authorization from the owner to propose or agree to a test site at the heart of its application, and here in the context of the Red Hill itself and DMX Aggregates making its application for listing on the DSM, am I right then that for that particular application, for the particular Red Hill testing, that you didn't actually inquire with DMX as to whether or not it had authorization from the city of Hamilton for the friction testing to be conducted on the Red Hill?
No, no, you're right. I had no contact with the city of Hamilton on this matter.
Okay, and am I right, you also had no contact with DMX Aggregates, specifically to ask them if they had contact?
No, I don't remember speaking to, well, it was only Estelle because she was bilingual, and I don't remember speaking to her about that matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gorman. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Jennifer Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Gorman, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Who else is on the line?
I don't believe Council for Duffer and Mr. Buck had any questions.
Okay.
And that would just leave the MTO.
I just have one brief question for Mr. Gorman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Gorman. I just have one question for you about the use of a test section versus a control section. In the context of a DSM application, isn't the purpose of a control section to compare the results to the of the tech section with an already approved aggregate, essentially to rule out any non-aggregate factors in friction results?
Right, that's correct. Like weather and there's other things that they're useful to make sure that the test section is in control, so to speak, with the control. So no matter what happened, both should have reflectance in the SN data.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Mr. Commissioner, those are all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
No further questions for me.
Henry, nothing further? All right, well, that's short and sweet. Mr. Gorman, thank you for both the time spent with respect to the affidavit and for appearing this morning. You're excused.
Thank you very much. I hope my memory lapses are not too much of a problem.
No, perfectly understandable.
Thank you.
Ms. Hendry.
Yes, we do have another witness. I believe, I'm not sure if he's in the building and ready to go, but we might, it's a bit early, but perhaps we might take a break now, give some time for the next witness to get set up and proceed with him after the break.
Mr. Saad, are you responsible for the next witness?
Pardon me. Pardon for having the mute on. Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I can confirm that Mr. Tom Clement has arrived. We would just need about 15 minutes or so just to get him set up in Mr. Gorman in the room where Mr. Gorman is. So perhaps we could request that.
Sure. Well, let's stand adjourned until 10:30.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Clement. Could the court reporter please affirm the witness's evidence?
Sir, do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Clement, I'd like to go through, before we get into any details, your education and work history. So Registrar, could we go to MTO 38706? It's a little hard on the eyes. Perhaps can we expand that a little bit? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Great. May have to scroll down a bit. And so this is your CV?
Yeah, that's my CV.
Great. And if we could make that an exhibit, please, Registrar. I think that is 53.
Noted, Council. Yes, Exhibit 53.
Thank you. And so I understand, Mr. Clement, you were employed by the MTO from 1978 to the end of January 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in terms of education, you have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering in 1971 from the University of London, England. And
Correct.
And a master's in concrete structures and technology from the same institution in 1972.
Correct.
And you're a professional engineer licensed in Ontario with the PEO?
Yes.
Are you still?
Yes.
And you held a few different positions with the MTO, which are dealt with in there. The last one there is the one that I'm going to focus on, but just leave it there, please, Registrar. But prior to that, I understand that you were a senior systems analyst in the computer systems branch from 1978 to 1986. Is that right?
That's right.
And then a manager in the highway planning and design of the engineering standards branch from 1986 to 1994.
Correct.
And then a senior research engineer in the research and development branch from 94 to 1999.
Correct.
And then, as indicated here, you were a senior research engineer in materials engineering and research, also known as MIRO, from 1999 to your retirement in 2012. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And could you describe that role, the last one, as senior research engineer? Just generally describe the kind of things that you did in that position, what your role was?
My role was to monitor research and practices in other jurisdictions for a potential adoption in Ontario. Also to address special projects that were demanded or that came from the minister's office, typically proposals from the industry to introduce new technology in Ontario. Many of my projects were self-directed, where I identified a need for a standard, for a policy, or for training, and then I asked for approval and typically got approval to proceed, and also to handle special projects that as they were assigned to me by senior management of MTO.
Okay, and this, I think the second last thing you mentioned was that was self-directed projects. So this is something where you would you'd identify an issue or a need, and then either research and issue a report or make a presentation for.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Also, I forgot to mention training for the regions and sometimes municipalities.
Okay. And during your tenure in this role, am I correct that you were first in the concrete section, but then moved or were loaned or seconded to pavements and foundations? Right.
Administratively, I was a part of a concrete section, but in the, I would say, second half of my tenure in Mera, practically 100% of my work was for the pavement and foundation section.
Okay, and in that capacity, you first would have reported, am I correct, to Tom Kazmarowski?
Correct.
And then to Becca Lane, predominantly?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And at the top of your CV on that page, you refer to yourself as a road safety expert. Was that your primary focus during your years at the MTO?
Safety always has been my personal interest and my passion. So whenever I could, I focused on safety, but I handled, particularly when I was in highway design office, I was heading an engineering unit that was the headquarters or head office for planning and design. So my focus was broad. It covered the entire area of planning and design.
And then after you left the MTO, I see there that from May 2012 to December 2018, you were at MEA Forensic Engineers and Scientists.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you finish there in the end of 2018?
That's correct.
And are you, since then, have you been fully retired?
Since then, I've been fully retired.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. So there's a number of presentations and papers by you. That's what I want to focus on with you today. And before I take you to that, I just want to cover sort of one major area, which is we've heard from a number of people that the MTO had practices around friction testing and monitoring and remediation, but no formally published or documented policy or directive in that regard. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but there were two exceptions. For minimum oversight contracts and for pavement warranty contracts, there was a specification that de facto was a standard. But that was only for projects that were paving projects that were outsourced outside of the ministry.
Right. So you're talking specifically about when a friction number was specified in a contract.
Correct.
That it needs to be, and we have heard about those as well. And I think in one of the presentations and papers, we will be talking about that as well. But okay, I understand your qualification there. Okay, so if we could go to overview document 4, images 36 and 37. And it's paragraph 75 and email. Thank you. Okay, and this is an April 16, 2007 email from Ted Phillips, who's a supervisor in geotechnical engineering in the Eastern region of the MTO, emailed a number of people, including you. And he attached a presentation of yours, which I'm going to come to next. But it's the second paragraph I just want to touch on it that we already discussed when he states the quandary we will face is that Ontario has never published any target skid numbers, whereas other jurisdictions have. We have always handled our skid resistance issues through a set of aggregate requirements in different areas and on higher volumes. We use skid resistance in combination with other factors as indicators to make our decision, but we have always resisted publishing target numbers. And then says FYI, the topic of target skid numbers is also very hot on the ATC scene, and here's some background presentations for you. And he attaches to that a presentation by you from 2005. But again, would you agree with that statement by Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So the attached presentation, if you take that down, Registrar, and if we could pull up MTO 13105. And this is indicated, it's titled Pavement Friction Testing and Management in MTO, June 7, 2005 by you. And it says Pavement Condition Rating Circuit Workshop, North Bay. Do you recall this presentation?
Yes, I do.
And who is it presented to?
It was presented to geotechnical people that were in charge of monitoring pavement condition and making decisions, including whether friction requires treatment or not. There were both technicians and engineers from all the regions present.
And on the next image, titled Presentation Context. And does this sort of set out the overall purpose of the presentation?
Yes.
You can go to image 3. On dispelling myths about safety. And hidden for me there, it says drivers hate surprises. And then you go on to have a little explanation. Can you explain that for us?
I would say probably 90% of crashes are caused by driver error, resulting from a driver surprise. Either the geometry could be deficient or surprising. It could be that the signing is not clear or delineation is not clear. And obviously, another element is another driver error. So the purpose here was to somehow introduce safety considerations to the geotechnical people that may not have come across this material before.
Okay. And then, if I understand it correctly, the wording below there, when it's talking about pavement surface distress, including low friction, typically does not affect collisions unless, and you give some examples of that. So those are, again, about driver expectation. Is that right?
That's right. It could be that the driver is surprised when suddenly there is not a friction on the road that he or she expects, or if the road somehow poses another type of surprise and the driver is going too fast for conditions, then the crash happens, typically in areas of high friction demand, or where the friction is perhaps slightly lower than what one would desire. So the crash is not necessarily caused by friction, it's caused by the deficiency in a road.
And the next paragraph, image 4. Sorry, the next image 4. This is just showing the MTO's friction trailer at the time. Is that right?
That's right.
And then the next image, types of testing. Am I correct? This is setting out sort of the typical reasons that the MTO is conducting the skid testing?
Yes.
And again, your purpose, I think you said that you're doing this presentation to individuals, many of whom may not be familiar with these concepts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In image 6, test facts is the title. And as I understand it, you're talking about the certain parameters around skid testing using the locked wheel skid tester. Is that right?
Yes.
And what the air temperature must be above 3 degrees. Why is that?
The friction tester is using a spray of water ahead of the wheel to simulate wet pavement. And when the weather is freezing, this would make the test ineffective. So that means that testing can be only carried out in late spring, summer, and early fall. MTO does not test in winter months.
And we've heard that. I'm just curious is if you're laying down the film of water, I mean, it's not going to freeze in the couple of seconds, presumably after it's put down, if it's at, and certainly not if it's at 1 or 2 degrees. So is there also a concern that if you're putting down a film of water and it freezes, it could create a safety hazard for cars following? Is that also an
it's not sufficient amount of water to pose a hazard, because if it's freezing, there is other water that is likely freezing on the road as well.
Okay.
So safety was not a reason for this decision. It was the accuracy of the test.
Okay. And then in the last bullet, it refers to, excuse me, FN readings go down with speed, compensated by higher friction demand. And then it says FN typically range from 28 to 50. Severely flush pavement, friction number around 10. With respect to the 28 to 50, do you recall what data set that's coming from?
Sorry, I didn't hear properly.
Sorry, do you recall what data set the range of typical FN was taken from 28 to 50?
I just mentioned numbers. This is just an example to give them a feeling for the numbers.
Right, but it was based on MTO testing, presumably, not taken out of the air.
That's correct. These numbers are FN numbers from the MTO friction tester.
Right. And I'm just wondering, was there a particular particular set of tests that those were taken from, or are these from all sorts of different, the different sources of testing that you mentioned it earlier on?
This represents a typical testing at posted speed limit.
Right. And
that
so
is important because in other jurisdictions, they do not test at posted speed limit, but at a lower speed, which has a significant effect on the FN numbers.
Right. So the ASTM standard for the locked wheel tester is at 40 miles per hour, which is 64 or 65 kilometers an hour. Is that right?
That's correct. This is where most US jurisdictions have been testing, but more recently they started testing at higher speed because it's safer, and then they adjust the results to the 40 miles per hour base. So to give you an idea, the difference between 65 kilometers per hour and 100 kilometers per hour is 10 units of FN. So in Ontario, when we test a section of highway at posted speed limit 100 kilometers per hour, let's assume that we get a value 30. If we tested the very same spot, but only at 65 kilometers per hour, the reading would be 40.
And that's assuming all other things being equal, like
that's assuming all other things. Yeah, that's correct.
Same road, same pavement, same
road,
other conditions,
same pavement, same condition, same spot.
Same temperature.
Same temperature.
Yeah. Okay, and what's that based on? The difference between the two? Where do you get that number from? The 10.
There is a substantive body of research that shows this practically linear relationship, and also there are directives in various US states that clearly state that this is the adjustment. There's a formula that basically allows them to adjust the FN numbers if they are using speed higher or lower than 40 miles per hour.
Okay.
So that's where it comes from. It comes from United States.
Right. And the range that you're taking the typical range from, and these are from the MTO test results, are those ones that are, you already said that it's from the types of testing that are mentioned earlier on, but that includes the request by regions for testing once they've identified that there may be an issue. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. As well as all the other, would it include when trial sections are done for DSM purposes, or no?
This is not a number which I based on statistics. There are certainly sections on MTO network that may be lower than 28, but the vast majority would be in this range.
Okay. Based on your experience and the results?
Based on my experience, correct.
Okay.
Clearly, the 50 would be more applicable to Northern Ontario, where the aggregate is the highest quality.
Okay. And if we go to image 7. Test request hints. Am I reading this correctly that these were your suggestions about when an MTO regional office or geotechnical office should be ought to be making requests for skid testing?
That's correct. This is just a practical way of, I would say, optimizing our testing resources.
And the fourth bullet, which is something there's a paper on that we'll talk about in a bit, but it's about the wet-dry collision ratio. And it says, consider adding to the test request segments with above average wet/dry collision ratio of greater than or equal to 0.45, parentheses, provincial average is 0.3, close parentheses. So is that saying that if the ratio is equal or greater to 0.45 wet weather conditions for every one dry weather collision, then a request for skid testing should be made?
No, you don't speak about individual collisions. You take the average condition of all collisions cumulatively over a period 2 to 3 years. And you look how many of those hundreds and thousands of collisions took place on dry pavement and how many took place on wet pavement, and then you divide one by the other.
Right.
Now the 0.45, it's something that I just used experimentally in my pilot project. It could be higher, it could be lower, it all depends how well it works once it's put in practice.
Okay, no, and I understood that the 0.3 provincial average is based exactly on an average, not individual. But you're, in terms of the ratio, it's for the provincial average, you're talking about 0.3 wet weather collisions for every dry weather collision. Is that right?
That means that wet collisions are 0.3 of dry collisions.
Right.
In other words, less than half the collisions are wet.
Well, less than a third.
And this comes from the Ministry of Transportation ORSAR statistics. ORSAR.
Okay. Image 8, please, Registrar. And this is a graph about stopping distance and friction. And I think we've seen a similar one in prior evidence, but just to make sure I understand what this is showing, is that if I got it correctly, it's that the stopping distance of a vehicle on the y-axis, how the stopping distance increases as the friction number on the x-axis decreases.
Correct.
And each of the individual lines are different speeds ranging from in 10 kilometer per hour increments from 10 to 80 kilometers per hour.
Now, this chart has significance only for road design. It has nothing to do with friction testing.
Okay. No.
I just used it for illustration.
Right. I understand that. But the point is, the overall point is that there is a decreasing incremental difference in stopping distance as the friction number gets higher. Is that, if I can put that the right way?
Yeah, that's the right way.
Okay. And so there's less of a difference in improved stopping distance between 50 and 60 than there is between 20 and 30. Between FN 20 and 30, right? Okay, that's just over directionally, that's what this is showing. That it's not a linear change in stopping distance.
It's not linear, no, because it's the square of velocity,
right?
Which makes it non-linear.
And image 10. Am I correct that this was the sort of typical or the template friction survey request form that the MTO used?
This is the request form that Frank Marchiello put together, and the regions were asked to use this form to provide information for him before the test.
Right,
and that's a request for testing.
And he mentioned it yesterday, and I didn't have it handy to show to him. So I just wanted to confirm that that's what it is, and it's.
I confirm that this form was produced by Frank Marchiello for his own purposes.
Right. Okay. And so the region, if they're making a request, it has the fields to fill in, including the test limits that are requested, and the reason for investigation with a number of categories and comments and a description of the location. And then at the bottom, it has a collision history or accident data, including the wet weather percentage, right?
That's right. This form would help Frank to decide what segment of road requires testing, and most importantly, to decide what testing interval would be most suitable. The normal testing interval is, say, 500 meters. In other words, he would take one test every 500 meters, but it could be made much shorter if the investigation involved safety, or if the suspect location was relatively short.
Right, and the interval that you're referring to is the interval between when the brake is applied on the locked wheel tester.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And image 17. Under the heading friction-related intervention decisions, you indicate there's no magic formula linking FN to a requirement to enhance friction. Instead, multiple criteria are used in an engineering analysis. And then is the list below then, those are some of the criteria to apply in addition to whatever the friction test results are?
Well, this would be collected and used in an assessment of whether the friction results obtained by the tester require action or not, or what kind of an action and how urgent the action should be. All of this would be evaluated to determine, to interpret those friction FN numbers.
Right. Because a particular FN might matter more in one instance of friction demand than another, for just to give
Well,
one example.
To give you an example, if you have a road where the FN number is not 30, but is, let's assume, 24, 25, but the road is safe, has got relatively little traffic, where people are unlikely to brake, that it has very gentle or no curves, there's little collision history, the roadside is relatively safe. In that case, that road can function perfectly safely until years later the road gets resurfaced, in any case, perhaps for other reasons, such as surface deficiencies. So that's one example where low FN numbers doesn't necessarily trigger an immediate resurfacing or surface treatment. There could be, on the opposite side, you could have an unexpectedly sharp curve, or you can have an isolated curve that suddenly happens, in kilometers and kilometers of straight tangential alignment, where the driver can be taken by surprise. Or you could have a location where drivers are often forced to brake, such as when you have, for example, congestion at an exit ramp, or location where very often vehicles are suddenly stopped and the following traffic has to brake, in an emergency. So all of this has to be taken into consideration when you interpret the friction testing results.
And if we go to image 18, and as we've already discussed, you indicate that currently the MTO does not use trigger values for site investigations, and then you give an example of a protocol based on selected US practice. Now, then there's a number of slides that follow that, which we can go through, but am I correct that what you're going on to do is to propose a formal investigatory level guidance?
I was proposing that a formalized process is instituted where within these three ranges, different types of decisions are made.
Right.
Typically in MTO, when FN is greater than 30, no immediate action is warranted. In the range 26 to 30, one should monitor the road, one should get a feeling of the crash rate and the number of collisions in wet weather, and then make a decision when to, based on monitoring, to treat the surface. And below 26, it becomes more of an urgent situation, and definitely a detailed site investigation is recommended to ascertain all those factors that we already previously discussed, such as friction demand and geometric signing, drainage issues, whether the pavement gets flooded during heavy rain. All of this has to be investigated in detail to decide the urgency of treating the pavement.
Okay, and to be clear, what is this? This is what you are proposing as a policy, or is that right?
Ideally, I would have liked to see this as a policy and documented in one of the pavement manuals.
Okay. It was not implemented in that fashion, though.
It was not implemented, no.
Okay. And
But this also reflects what the ministry practice has been. Ministry practice has been to use 30 as a, I would call it, rule of thumb, where generally the road does not warrant, the surface does not warrant any action. And number 26 was roughly the boundary or an indicator to decide how detailed investigation is required and how urgent the situation is. So
okay.
this already was a practice when I proposed this.
Okay. And from where did you gain your understanding that this was the existing practice?
I spent over a decade in Mero office, and you talked to colleagues, and I had lengthy discussions with Frank, and you learn. I learned indirectly how the regions responded to various friction testing reports. Now, these decisions were typically in the regional hands in consultation with the manager of pavements and foundations. So it would be either Tom Kazmirovsky or Becca Lane. They dealt directly with the regions and perhaps assisted them with a decision.
Okay. And then if we go to images 29 and 30. And am I correct? These are, it's titled Factors Affecting Intervention Analysis.
That's correct.
But what you're doing is setting out examples of factors that once there is a friction test has been done, and the value of friction number is less than you would want, presumably less than FN 30. These are things that you would look at in order to determine whether or not some sort of intervention needs to take place. Is that right?
All of this would be part of the detailed investigation once the FN number is typically below 26. All of this would not have to be investigated when the FN is number between 26, is in a range between 26 and 30. That was my suggestion.
Right. That's right. That's your proposal. Got it. Okay. Commissioner, we're at a little bit of an unusual timing for today. It's 11:15. We already took a break, so I'm in your hands, but I thought this would be a good time to ask you when you would like to, if you want to take a morning break, what would you like to do?
How much time do you anticipate with Mr. Clement?
I'll certainly be done prior to the lunch break or by the lunch break, no later than that. I do not expect.
Why don't we take another 15 minutes with Mr. Clement and take a morning break at 11:30?
Okay. Okay, and then if we could take this document down and go to MTO 38685. And this is, as I understand it, a report from 2006 about identifying low friction areas via the wet to dry weather collision ratio. Is that right?
That's right.
And this isn't marked draft, but it seems to be lacking a report number. There's a question mark down there. Was this finalized or?
No, this report was never published.
Okay. Did you present it internally?
Internally, I presented it, the regions had it, and obviously my superiors had it.
Okay. And if we could go to the abstract at image 2. Maybe if you could just expand the abstract portion of it, that just where it says, yeah, abstract. The date is September 2006. Just a little easier to read there. So you recall this this paper, obviously, since you.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And could you just describe it? The abstract says what it says, but if you could just give us a description, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, this was a pilot project which I conducted in Eastern region, and it was to address, I would say, a limitation of friction testing that was MTO conducting at that time. Most of the tests were originating in the regions, and they were requested based on visual assessment alone. In other words, if the pavement looked slippery or looked flash, then and only then the region would request testing. And some of the requests may have come from outside, such as from the police, if they were aware of a location with too many collisions on wet pavement. Now, my approach was to systematically look at collision data, identify and use the wet to dry ratio as possibly an indicator that there might be a low friction area in that segment. And this actually was a correct hunch. The pilot proved that 40% of the sites that were identified from collision statistics using the wet to dry ratio, 40% were found having a low friction, as opposed to 30% that were found when tested having low friction based on visual request. So this was a successful method how to add to the existing system of identifying friction or requesting friction testing based on visual assessment and using collision statistics to increase the number of tested sites. And this particular pilot was expanded in the following year to other regions as well.
And in the last paragraph of the abstract there, starting with unfortunately, no correlation was found between friction values determined by testing, pavement condition, or collision information. Could you explain that? I had a little trouble understanding what that was referring to.
Okay. While I established that there was a good correlation between dry to wet ratio and probability of encountering low friction, a direct relationship between friction numbers and number of collisions at that locations, I couldn't find a correlation. I'm not unique in this because dozens of researchers have attempted to find this relationship and they couldn't establish it. The reason probably is that there are just far too many uncontrolled variables that make it impossible.
Right, and fair to say that, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but that while friction can be a contributor to an accident, there's the other variables that come into it as well.
That's correct. In another related research, I looked at friction testing that the ministry conducted in Owen Sound and in Huntsville, sorry for the interruption. So Owen Sound and Huntsville, some 820 kilometers of road were tested. And I established in that investigation that when the friction is in a range 26 to 30 and the road gets resurfaced, there is no effect on collisions on average. It means that when such a road gets resurfaced, some segments experience very small increase in collisions, some of them a small decrease, but on average, it has got no effect. In other words, from cost-effective point of view, one shouldn't really automatically resurface roads in this range, 26 to 30. But then I looked at what happened to roads that were below 26. And then, on average, the collisions decreased after resurfacing by 15%.
And, so, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Again, because they decreased only by 15%, this shows you that there were other factors other than friction that were likely responsible. In other words, likely driver expectation was violated and the drivers were going in that road segments at speeds much higher than what the conditions demanded.
And if we could go back. Oh, sorry, could we make that exhibit 50? Oh, actually I should make, yes, this is a, okay, sorry. And if we could make this paper, draft paper exhibit 54, please. Commissioner?
Yes.
Cool. If we could, on that point, go back before we break to MTO 13105. And thank you. Image 19. And this just goes back then to, I asked you about the what you were proposing for investigation levels. And this, there's 3 slides here, first dealing with friction numbers equal to or under 25. And you set out some criteria you're proposing for whether there's enough compelling factors to warrant an investigation. And that includes the ratio of wet to dry collisions. And then you set out the issues about friction demand and pavement condition consequences of not taking an action. Is that, so that's for the 25 and under, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the next image, 20, is your proposal for the area between FN 26 and 30, right? For that middle.
Well, yeah. This is, I would call, almost notwithstanding clause. What I'm saying here is that even though the FN numbers might be in a range 26 to 30, which does not indicate a great urgency, there are exceptions. And one is that wet to dry ratio is exceptionally high, say over 1, or that the number of crashes per 100 million vehicle kilometers traveled are much, much higher than the provincial average, which is about 60.
Right.
And in that case, even in this instance, a detailed investigation should be carried out.
Right. So what you're proposing is that that there's an investigation take place, but around these parameters.
A detailed investigation is required only if the collision ratio wet to dry is exceptionally high and the number of collision or the crash rate is exceptionally high. Then you performed a detailed site investigation as if the FN number was below 26. Otherwise, you just monitor the collisions, you monitor the friction, and observe.
Right. No. Sorry, I got that. So the first step though is to look at the collision history, and then and then what you're proposing is the rest flows from that.
Yes.
Okay. It's 11:30, Commissioner. Would that be a good time for a break?
Sure. Let's take a break. It is 11:30. We'll come back at 11:45.
Thank you. We're back. Registrar, could we get just, before I move on to other things, if you go back to MTO 13105 at image 3. And I just wanted to be clear on this slide, quoted, titled "Dispelling Myths About Safety," and what the myth is. Am I correct that you're not in the text lower down? You're not saying that's a myth. Is that right?
No.
Or drivers hate surprises. You're not saying that's a myth, right?
No, perhaps what I thought of was that there are causes other than perhaps human factors. That
Right.
it's the road or the vehicle. You know, it's not the most appropriate title for this slide.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that we understood it.
No, you are right. Whatever is on the slide is not a myth. No.
Okay. And I think your point is that that the low friction is can be a contributing factor, but it's not certainly the only one.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can take that down. Thank you. And then the other thing is when we were talking about your proposal and the sort of the staged over 30, 26 to 30, below 26, and the type of investigation that would take place. And you were quite clear that that the proposal was not made into a policy. That was very clear. And you talked about it being an existing practice. And I think what you said was that you learned indirectly how the regions responded to the various friction test reports, to the results. And you said that you learned indirectly, and you referred to lengthy discussions with Frank. So is that the source? It's Frank Marciello, based on what regions did following getting the skid test results?
It's not only Frank, it's many other colleagues as well, including my discussions, for example, with Becca. Okay. Sometimes just out of interest, I would inquire, what is it, that the regions did, or I learned indirectly that way, rather than having my...
So you're talking, right, so specific... if I got you correctly, in certain instances where you heard that is what a region did in response. Is that right?
Okay. I noted that there was a variation in regional response, depending on the individual, perhaps depending on funding, depending on risk tolerance. So my aim behind this guideline was to bring a uniformity across Ontario, and also to ensure that pavement treatment for friction is performed in a cost-effective manner. In other words, we are not automatically resurfacing when the numbers are a little bit low, because the benefit in reduced collisions, it's minimal or non-existent. So I just wanted to basically throw the money where the greatest potential safety gain could be materialized.
Right, and so what you're proposing isn't an intervention level; it's investigation levels. Because if you
both investigation levels and intervention level.
Well, even on 20, even if it's in what you proposed, if it was 25 or below, you still suggest that there's got to be the investigation. You're not saying at any level that it's an automatic resurfacing, right?
You have to understand that 30 is not a boundary between safe and unsafe.
Right.
In fact, it was derived across North America based on what was deemed acceptable, or I would say comfortable level for a driver. So it represents not necessarily emergency braking, but a braking that the driver finds tolerable. And because it deals with comfort level, it was incorporated in all the design principles behind the geometric manual. Now, the actual number where the vehicle loses, where the driver loses control of the vehicle, the FN is below 20, well below 20. So there is a safety padding, so to speak. So that at 30, there's still a lot of margin in friction where the driver can go safely, provided they don't go well beyond what is the posted or the design speed.
Right, and you're talking about stopping distance, right? The design guidelines. Are you talking about the?
I'm talking about losing control. So having, for example, insufficient stopping distance. Yes, that's included.
Right. So there's.
Or when you are on a curve, basically losing control and departing the roadway.
Right. So there's two things. So the first is with respect to stopping distance. In the design guide, the stopping distance is calculated in relation to the coefficient of friction, the assumed coefficient of friction, and the design speed, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So that's the one aspect of it, and then the other is on curves. And you're talking about losing control as a result of skidding out, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. But in the design guidelines, they actually assume a much lower friction on curves, right?
In design guideline, what's built in is the FN30, but that is for additional built-in safety. That's an extra safety margin.
Right.
So we design roads not to be at the brink of failure, right, but with sufficient safety padding.
Right. Okay. And so if we could then go to another presentation that you did, which is MTO 20403. And this indicates around the same time as the other one, May 22nd, 2000. So it's around the same time as the email that sent around your earlier presentation, May 22nd, 2007. And this is to the Geotechnical Committee. Do you recall this one?
Yes.
Okay. And sort of what you were just talking about, am I correct that it's in a nutshell about applying a cost benefit analysis to identify low friction areas, in part via the wet dry collision analysis and friction testing, and then what type of remediation action ought to be taken in areas of that are identified as being low friction. Is that fair?
Well, the main purpose of this presentation was to show a tool for the geotechnical staff to use cost-benefit analysis to choose between different treatments.
Right. Okay, and if we go to image 28, it's actually near the end. And we'll go back to the other stuff, but this seems to be the best summary that I could identify in there about the presentation. And you point out, as you have before, that there isn't a single value at which a highway segment transforms from being safe to hazardous, and that decision and that decisions can be made on an individual site-specific basis, taking into account all the factors. Right? That's sort of what you've been talking about that as well.
Yes.
And then you indicate in the second bullet, again, about the goal not being to violate driver expectations. And so while area consistent low FN values can be tolerated, isolated low FN values, particularly in high friction demand segments, are to be avoided. So changes, you're talking about changes in FN, particularly if there's high friction demand.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's the next bullet, and we'll go back to it, but the red to green range in 2-lane highways. And you categorize the three area levels that we looked at before: above 30, 26 to 30, and below 25 and below, is by colors in this presentation. And that's what you're referring to there. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reduction in collisions that you're talking about there in the last paragraph, your conclusion is that if you're going to restore by whatever method, restoration from the middle range, the 26 to 30 range, that you can only expect the reduction in collisions in high friction demand segments.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so if we could look at images 23 and 24. And there's just the color coding that I was referring to from that previous slide. So the red you call the under 26 are typically going to be treated, and the 26 to 30 in the right-hand slide are the yellow segments that you are proposing then be monitored on an annual basis, but only have the friction restored if those criteria were met. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And again, those are that it has high friction demand is the first one, and then the second one, and it refers to FN80. So this study and the segments the highway segments you were working from were highways that were tested at 80 kilometers an hour. Is that correct?
Well, tested at the posted speed.
Right. And that's what FN80 though is talking about here, right?
FN80 means it was tested at 80 kilometers per hour.
Right. I think earlier on it was Owen Sound and Eastern Region that it was mostly 2-lane highways that you were basing this on. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of them were 80.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second one is, look, if there's surrounding highways have much higher friction levels, then that can impact it as well, because the drivers are expecting a certain level of friction if it's lower on the particular highway that has the number between 26 and 30.
What I'm saying is that the friction in surrounding highways or similar highways in the vicinity must be similar to what was measured.
Right.
In other words, you don't have a very high friction a few kilometers away and low friction in this examined segment, which would make the driver surprised.
Right, the comparison aspect.
It would be unexpected.
Right, okay. And then the last one being where there's an above average number of collisions based on the collision history.
Yeah, basically these are the exceptions where even FN below 26 would be safe. These are all the exceptions when the FN below 26 would be tolerable for a while.
Sorry, would be tolerable?
It would be a non-urgent or less urgent situation.
Okay. Right. Less urgent than if it's below if it's below 26.
Now, all of these are already below 26, but these are conditions when immediate surface treatment is not warranted.
Sorry, I was actually looking at, they're quite similar.
I'm looking at 23.
Okay, I was looking at 24, so that's the confusion. And I apologize for that. So let's make sure we're talking about the same thing then. On 23, which is the red highway segments, below 26.
Yes.
The default is that you're going to restore it unless those categories apply.
That's correct.
Okay. And whereas between 26 and 30 on the right hand image, that the default is that the friction would not be restored unless those three categories, one of those categories are met.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, we were talking, the language is the same, but we were talking about the different default. The language is similar, but we were talking about the different default. Is that?
I'm sorry about the confusion here. The defaults are opposite.
Right, I understand. Okay.
One is typically treated unless certain conditions are met, and the number 24 is rarely treated unless those conditions are met.
Okay. And if this is characterized, if we could go to image 22 for a moment. Those are the sort of the summary of it as the proposed methodology. See that? That's the summary of those three categories that then
yes.
dealt with after that. Okay. And just to close off the third one at image 25, is the green category where it's over 30, where the FN80 is over 30. And here the default is, unsurprisingly, that friction isn't going to be restored. And here you're proposing that that'll only happen if both those categories are met, meaning that the surrounding highways all have substantially higher FN than the segment that's an issue.
I know it doesn't seem to be making much sense to you, but for example, let's take...
I wouldn't say that, but I just want to make sure that, that we understand it.
The very first one, let's take a highway in Northern Ontario where all the roads in the vicinity of similar classification have FN number of 40 or 50. And then suddenly there's a one segment that has got number FN 32,
right,
or 31, or even 30. I would still consider treating such a segment because it's an unexpectedly low friction relative to what the drivers in the local area are conditioned to. Now, also, the number 30, notwithstanding, if there is an exceptionally high number of bad collisions, I would still investigate it even if it's number 30. Right. In other words, there is no magical value to number 30. I would still look at it if the collisions in wet weather are exceptionally high. For example, they may discover that the drainage of the road is deficient, or the signage is deficient, and the drivers are entering that area too fast. So there might be a reason other than the actual friction, and that's why I'm saying that it should be investigated even if the number is FN above 30, provided those conditions are met.
Right. And if it turns out that it's something else when you do the investigation, then obviously you're not going to engage in friction remediation. But
that's correct. Then a different remedial action would be called for.
Right. And there's a large number of slides after that. But am I right? When you're talking about the cost effectiveness of remediation efforts, you're talking about the difference between just a shave and pave, doing a resurfacing versus microsurfacing. That's fair? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Those are the two options that you're looking at in terms of the analysis. And by microsurfacing, could you just describe what you mean by that? What that is exactly?
Microsurfacing, I believe, is just applying a thin coat of asphalt to the existing surface and then placing chips into that asphalt.
Right. So it's sort of, but by that you mean an aggregate, like aggregate chips?
Yeah, aggregate chip. Yeah. For this, Becca Lane would be your expert.
Well, we did hear from one expert on it, Dr. Gerardo Flinch, and he described microsurfacing as being a common preservation for high volume, high speed roadways, that it's a mixture of crushed, well-graded aggregate, mineral filler, and latex modified emulsified asphalt spread over the width of the pavement. That sort of the idea that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Same thing.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Yeah. Okay, and then if we could go to take this down, then overview document for image 45. Actually, I guess it'd be 45 and 46. And if you could expand first paragraph 96 in relation to your presentation. Dale Smith of the MTO had some questions for you. And I just want to be clear, I'm not asking you about legal advice here. Mr. Bourrier will quite rightly jump up if I do. So I'm not asking you about any legal advice that you or the MTO received about this. But he asked a number of questions about litigation risk, if a policy, actually, I'll back up. You're proposing, again, a policy or directive and so forth. And then he's asking here about your presentation, would a policy result in more or less litigation risk? And secondly, would it result in more accident-related requests for skid test results or testing? And third, would lower levels of government in Ontario municipalities be obligated to adhere to the policy, either legally or by default? And then he refers to, from travels, he expects substantial lengths of country roads in southwestern Ontario posted at 80 would fall into the class 1 category, which I think he means the low friction category. And then you reply, if you take that down, Registrar. And you talk about, before you don't need to expand it, but you refer to needing a legal opinion, but haven't gotten one yet. But then it's really number 3 at the top that I'm interested in, and if you could expand that, please. Yes.
If the policy that I am proposing would have been adopted by ministry, in all likelihood, it would put pressure on the municipalities to also follow such policy. And it would probably require them relying on external experts to assess the safety of their roads, and also to it would be additional constraints on their budget, because they typically don't have enough money to service roads that are in extreme distress. So they would have to find additional funding to resurface roads where low friction is found. So this policy would have to be very, very carefully crafted in respect of municipalities, because most of them do not have internal resources to follow the guideline as I outlined it.
Right.
Only the larger ones or the largest ones would be in that position.
Right, and because it would require skid testing potentially on a fairly regular basis, it would require the analysis to be done with respect to collision rates and all of the other things that you outlined.
It would have to be very, very carefully crafted, not to overburden the municipal sector, because they wouldn't have a funding to support such a program.
Okay.
So it was a perfectly legitimate concern coming from the regions.
Right. Okay. And as you said, this was not implemented as a policy.
It was not implemented as a policy. Also, what I was suggesting came at the wrong time, where the ministry was gradually outsourcing paving contracts using the minimum oversight and warranty contracts that called for oversimplification. They certainly contractually couldn't handle hiring a traffic or safety expert to provide input whether the road requires resurfacing or not. So therefore, a very, very simple solution, does it meet 30 or does it not, was called for. So this, what I was suggesting, would create a certain conflict where the ministry managed paved roads would be handled one way and the outsourced roads would be handled in a completely different manner.
Okay, you can take that down, please, Registrar. Thank you. And did you ever ride with, you can take down the overview document too. Did you ever ride with Mr. Marciello when he was doing skid testing?
Yes, I joined him when we were testing the Eastern Region project. So I spent with him, I don't recall now whether it was 4 days or 5 days. So I closely observed his routine and formed a very favorable opinion of him.
And and by favorable, are you referring to his diligence and the way he handled the testing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And what about his calibration of the equipment? Is that something that he did when you were there?
He went by the book and certainly wasn't skipping steps. He was very highly diligent.
How many days did you ride with him?
It was around 4 days, but I'm not sure.
If we could go to overview document 4, image 106. And it's paragraphs 252 and 253. If you could expand those. And this is just an instance, it's actually in June 2008, where Mr. Marciello emails an individual at the city of Mississauga the results of some testing, that friction test results from Mississauga Road. And he, in his email to that gentleman, sort of sets out where he did the testing, and so forth. And then in the second paragraph, he has qualitative comments on the test results, and says in the last 2 lines, pavement friction levels at this time do not pose a safety problem at the posted speed of 50 kilometers per hour. And then you write just back to Mr. Marciello, a friendly suggestion: if I were you, next time when you do work in response to an external request, I would refrain from judgments on safety. It is, quotes, safer, close quotes, for you and MTO to comment on how the measured friction values compare to those for other routes we have for the same / similar posted speeds / circumstances, or relative to higher posted speeds. This way, you are less likely to be dragged into a courtroom should the frictional safety of a municipal road ever be the focus of a lawsuit. And so this is an instance where Mr. Marciello was indicating that there was not a safety problem. And could you just describe why that was your advice?
Okay, I concur with him that the road wasn't a safety concern, but it was not his position to make such a statement. This request came to us in a very, I would say, unorthodox way. Normally, municipalities would approach the payments and foundation section from the top down. It would came from senior management to manager of payment and foundations, and then to Frank, and it would be returned the same way. So that's perhaps, where the problem was, that it was an unusual route by which we received this request. And
sorry, do you mean the request was directly then to Mr. Marciello?
Request for testing.
Yeah, okay.
So my concern was only that Frank or I shouldn't make a suggestion to a municipality that the road was safe or unsafe. It depended on perhaps more detailed investigation or assessment than just looking at the friction number alone.
And comes back to your point before, I gather that that's because you have to look at friction in concert with other factors.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I didn't mean to admonish Frank, because we were on excellent terms. So it was just educating him.
I understand. Okay, if we could now go to MTO 38672. And this document is not in the overview document, don't believe. Do you recall this draft paper dated June 6, 2011?
Yes, I do.
It's titled Ontario Friction Testing Equipment and Test Site Selection Methodology Review.
Yes.
And was it prepared by you?
It was prepared by me, yes.
Could we mark that as an exhibit, please, Commissioner?
Yes.
I believe it would be exhibit 55. And it indicates it's a draft. Was this report finalized?
It was not finalized. One of the reasons was that was about the time I received my notice.
Notice of departure from the MTO?
Yes.
Okay. Did you present it?
I presented it to Becca Lane, and she was satisfied with my conclusions, with my recommendations. All right.
And we'll look at it in more detail, but can I summarize this as being your research and conclusions about what friction measuring device the MTO should use, and we're comparing the ASTM skid trailer that the MTO had been using and continues to use against other continuous friction measuring equipment, including the grip testers. Is that right?
That's right. Okay.
And when I read the paper, it appears that at least part of what prompted it is what you were just describing about the consideration by the MTO of moving away from the front-ended friction management approach involving pre-qualification of aggregates via the DSM to performance-based contracts that you described, that with friction number thresholds and to be met during warranty periods. Is that right?
Could you say that again? I didn't quite.
Yeah, sorry. That one of the things that prompted this, or at least that you're dealing with in the paper, is the MTO's consideration of moving to performance-based contracts containing friction number warranty requirements.
That's correct.
Yeah, and moving away from the DSM approach.
Yeah. Now, in addition, also MTO was about to introduce the network testing. So rather than testing only on request, or perhaps identifying sections to be according to the wet-dry ratio, there was an expanded testing plan. So this also necessitated a review of what kind of equipment MTO used.
Okay, and we know that the MTO did do network friction testing in 2013. So are you saying that it was in contemplation of that?
Yes.
Okay. As well. All right. And so you were looking at then, if I understand you correctly, at what friction testing measuring devices would be best for that new environment, potentially?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to image 6. I think there's the two large paragraphs in the middle, if you can expand those. I think this deals with a couple of the things that you were just talking about, if you take a moment to review those.
So do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just want to confirm, those are really the two sort of things that we're talking about, right? One, the first paragraph's talking about the move from the, as you call it, the front end friction control to warranty contracts, performance contracts. Yeah. And then the second part is the part about network testing.
Yeah,
and, right.
Those are the two parts.
Right, and then it's the AASHTO 2008 guide for pavement friction that you're referencing and considering.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your what was your ultimate conclusion? What was your ultimate recommendation?
My ultimate recommendation was to stay with the ASTM 272 friction tester because the alternatives such as gripsters, in my opinion, were not appropriate. Certainly not for network testing. Right. They were not robust enough, and they didn't have a capacity in terms of tested length. And also, in 2009, Federal Highway Administration purchased, I believe it was 5 or 6 pieces of continually friction testers, and they send them out to individual states to be evaluated. So the outcome of that experiment hasn't been published at that time, by 2011. So one could revisit this decision later on once the Americans share with us the experience.
Right. And if we could go to image 12. There's an additional item in paragraph, the 4th paragraph there, the big one in the middle, MTO has accumulated. And as I understand it, an additional reason that you had was the correlation, and not the poor correlation between the skid tester the MTO had been using and CFME, whether the grip tester or the scrim, and so that there would be a loss of the MTO's knowledge effectively by moving to the new device because of the difficulty in correlating between moving to a CFME from the locked wheel tester. Is that another?
That's correct, because the grip tester produces completely different set of results. There is no correlation to the skid tester, and even though they may present FN or friction number, they are performing such a conversion internally. So since the correlation was so poor, I was suspicious of how they were converting the grip numbers, that's what they initially measure, to friction numbers. This would also create difficulty on the warranty contracts and on minnow contracts, because let's assume if they were monitored using Gripster, and they would claim that the work they performed met the specification, and they would be employing various experts that would testify to that effect. The ministry would have their own experts, and it would be a nightmare to resolve because we are dealing with millions of dollars. So I could foresee certain difficulties if we started using this technology at this stage without additional work, without satisfying ourselves that they can produce satisfactory results. For example, the Australians, they used grip tester, and they found that it did not produce reproducible results, which is critical when it comes to warranty contracts. They would be testing the same spot under the same conditions, and the results would vary greatly. So this was one of the findings that the Australians did.
The Australians use the scrim for their testing, I believe.
Okay, sorry, scrim, but it doesn't matter when you use an equipment. But I would have to check again, because somehow I thought that the research paper I looked at grip tester, but I would have to verify it going back to the research report. But it doesn't really matter. One needs to use equipment which both parties, the contractors and MTO, would accept.
Right, have to be on the same page, and the device.
Yes,
and if you're using a different device, obviously, it can create disputes about what the meaning of the results are in relation to a warranty contract.
Grip tester has totally different character from the skid rail. I don't know.
We've actually heard about that, and I understand it. So if I could just take you very briefly to image 8 in your paper. Registrar, if you go to image 8, please. And here you're talking about measurement differences, and in your figure 2, you're showing the curve that involves, and we've seen a very similar figure to this, and I think your point as set out below the figure is that the grip tester is measuring at peak friction, whereas the locked wheel tester measures at the fully locked part of the curve at the far right of the graph. Is that right?
That's correct. Also, grip tester is using smooth tire, while the skid rail is using ripped tire. So that's another major difference. The wheel of grip tester has got 10-inch diameter, the outside diameter, while the skid rail has got 20. So it's the size of the wheel that also matters. And also important is the weight of the device. Grip tester weighs, I think, 85 kilos, while the skid trailer, is close to 500. So there are major differences, and based on those differences alone, one would expect the grip numbers to be totally different from the friction numbers.
Right. And we've heard that typically they would be higher. That would turns a higher grip number than.
Yeah, that would be much higher. I mean, when you look at the peak friction, this is what they measure.
Right. And your point about also the weight has to do with I think you referred to the robustness of the machine.
Not only robustness, when the road has got high roughness, because of its slight weight, grip tester tends to bounce. And that's perhaps a reason why its results are not easily reproducible, because it bounces. So each time it may take a different reading.
We go to image 15. Under testing conditions, you have a reference to use in the third paragraph there. And you're again talking about the issue of performance criterion in contracts. And then you talk about temperature. And specifically, you reference that if you must limit testing to the period between 1st of May and September 30th to minimize the effect of temperature on the measured FN. And where 10 degrees Celsius difference may represent 2 units of FN, and to avoid seasonal impacts such as winter sanding. Then testing ahead of May can produce FN of more than 5 units higher than in peak of summer, and thus get a project passed, says pass, but I take you as meaning past the warranty provisions. So first of all, yeah, please.
Since you mentioned this, this is what the Australians report. But when you look at US research, you will find the effect to be half of what the Australians report. So in other words, for every 10 degrees Celsius, there's only 1 unit of FN difference. So when you are measuring, for example, at 30 degrees Celsius, you would have to add 1 unit to what the skid trailer measured. And when you are measuring at 10 degrees Celsius, you would have to subtract 1. So this particle adjustment might be good for the equipment that the Australians were testing, but for the skid trailer, it's half. So 10 degrees difference from 20, it's only 1 unit FN.
I had understood that it was that at the lower temperature caused the higher, whatever the difference is, that the lower the temperature is, the higher the reading.
Sorry, when at high temperature, say at 30 degrees, the reading is lower.
Right.
Okay, so you may read, say, for example, 29, but if you tested at 30 degrees, you would have to add 1 to it and it would become 30.
Right. Okay, yeah, right. I understand what you mean now. I think we're just coming at it from opposite points. Directionally speaking, at a lower temperature, you will get a higher FN.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, but there's differences of opinion from the U.S. literature versus the Australian literature as to the effect per 10-degree increment.
Well, it could be that this is what they found for the equipment that they were using.
Right.
But the Americans were looking specifically at skid trailer.
Okay. And then you talk about testing ahead of May can produce FN more than 5 units higher than the peak of summer. Is that referring, is that partially temperature, or is that talking about the effects of having passed through the winter, or both?
Quite frankly, I don't know, because I must have been quoting from the Australian paper. So I'm not sure.
The quote is blocked in the second paragraph, not in the third paragraph.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure. But if you're not sure, that's fine.
I'm not sure, no.
Okay.
I know that Frank was very carefully choosing test conditions. Not only that he could bunch several test requests together, so he wouldn't have to travel long distance, north, and then come back to Toronto and return a few days later. So he was trying to string up requests for testing so that they would be geographically connected. He was very carefully choosing the time of testing so that he could test at posted speed limit, because speed limit has got much greater effect on the result than the temperature. But also, he would not be testing in extreme temperatures if he could help it. So he avoided testing in very cold or very hot weather. And definitely, if the pavement was wet, or if it was going to rain, he would not test.
If the pavement was already wet, then that would affect the tester deposits water on the surface of the pavement in order.
That's correct. That would result in a greater depth of water ahead of the test field than what was specified.
Right. And then if we go to images 15 and 16 in this paper. And it's the recommendations at the bottom of 15. And I think you've already addressed the what these recommendations are, but in, excuse me, you first refer under the recommendations at the bottom, the left hand there, that based on the AASHTO guide, that the network testing can be set up to suit Ontario conditions. And you recommend reevaluating the CFME devices in 3 to 5 years once the US FHWA, Federal Highways Agency, completes their evaluation. That was the sort of the first thing, and then you recommend continuing with the skid tester, and talk about how that's the majority of states in the U.S. use the same device.
That's correct. Okay. Now, you mentioned in 2013 the ministry conducted network testing. They obviously couldn't have, and now I am making a reasonable speculation. They couldn't have handled it with one friction trailer, but they used up the probably Ontario and even US capacity from nearby providers of the services for this purpose.
Right. Well, I think we've heard that Mr. Marciello did it, but it wasn't every highway. It wasn't every highway in Ontario that was done. But
there's no way how he could have handled the volume.
Well,
they probably outsourced some of the testing. But I'm speculating. I was no longer employed by MTO by then.
Right. I understand. Now, the last thing I want to ask you about is that we see some emails that in 2008 there was a gentleman by the name of Amir Abdel Halim of the University of Waterloo at the time who was conducting a study involving the relationship between pavement friction and collisions as part of his PhD work, and there was there were some emails where you indicate that you gave him the pavement friction survey and collision data, but it sort of ends. the email trail ends. Do you recall what happened with that?
Yes, I recall. Initially, I was thinking about doing this research, and then I was approached either by Becca or by Tom Kazmirowski, I'm not sure which, who suggested that perhaps it would be better to outsource this research to Waterloo and give it to Amir for his PhD. So what I did, I arranged for collision data from Central Region to be given to Amir, and I checked with him from time to time, and after approximately 6 months, I don't recall exactly, but Amir indicated that he couldn't finish the work or that the work would be delayed. I don't know whether it was the birth of his child or sickness or problem with his work, but basically everything was put on hold. So I was keeping the geotechnical committee appraised of the progress, but there was no progress and it kind of fizzled out. I should also note that in connection with this inquiry, I was searching the internet and I came across Amir's thesis.
Yeah, no one was aware of it. He published it in 2010.
He published it, but he didn't publish it on the original topic, but he focused on network testing. I haven't read the thesis, so also it would be inappropriate for me to comment because I was no longer with MTO.
No, that's fine. I just wanted, there's some references in the overview document to your communications with them, and then it sort of ceases. and well, it just sort of fizzled out, as you said.
As I mentioned earlier, there are so many parameters that affect collisions in wet weather that friction is just one of them. So numerous researchers, dozens probably, in past 50 years, tried to find this correlation and they didn't find it.
Right. And when you talk about that, though, that when about there being trying to find the correlation, I take it you're not suggesting that that there's no relationship between friction, that it's and between friction and or low friction and collisions. It's just assigning the a specific cause is where to a collision involving friction is difficult. Is that fair?
That's correct. Generally speaking, you are absolutely right on. The lower the friction, the less collisions are experienced. That's a general trend. But you can't really say that the friction number of a certain value is associated with a certain number of collisions.
And sorry, you said that the lower the friction, the less collisions are experienced. I think that was
sorry, my apologies, I misspoke. The higher the friction, the less collisions. I'm sorry, I'm glad you caught me.
That's my job. Okay. Commissioner, it is about 10 to 1. I don't believe I have any further questions. I'd like to review my notes, but I haven't canvassed also with participants council. So perhaps this would be
That'll
a
be
good
fine.
time for lunch break.
Sure. Let's take our lunch break and we'll return at 2:10.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I just have a couple short areas to cover, and then if that's okay, and then I'll turn it over to Participants Council. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clement, before lunch, I just want to make sure we're clear on one issue, which is you had indicated that the grip tester would give much higher grip numbers than the friction numbers returned by the lock wheel tester, and you referred to it because it tests at the peak friction on the figure we looked at. You recall saying that?
Yes, that's my understanding from reading various reports.
Right. Okay. And actually, on that point, am I correct that your experience, you have lots of experience with the locked wheel tester, as you described, you even rode with Mr. Marciello, but you don't have any personal experience with the grip tester or other CFME, is that correct?
No, none.
Okay. And to make sure then that I understand, you're in terms of the grip tester returning a higher grip number than a friction number. They're reported with a different, they're both dealing with the coefficient of friction, but it's grip number is what's reported for the grip tester, and either the SN or the FN is reported for the locked wheel tester. But if you were testing the same highway under the same conditions at the same time of year, am I correct? You're saying that the grip tester measurements, the grip number that's returned would be higher over the length of the highway than the locked wheel tester results.
That's my understanding, but also what is my understanding that there's a software that converts grip number to friction number. So what you would see in a report, like this something wind, you would already see a converted grip numbers.
Okay, and
you wouldn't see the original grip numbers. You would see whatever the company produced as being equivalent friction numbers.
Right, and that's what you were saying is you had questions about the accuracy of the correlation between the two.
I wouldn't put too much trust in them.
Right. Okay, I understand. But just to be clear, because you said yes, but, and then you went on to talk about the company providing that comparison, but the numbers are, you expect the grip number to be higher across the board on the same highway, same conditions than the friction number from a locked wheel.
That's what I have seen in the literature.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then in respect of the literature, and going back to your paper, you mentioned the Australian literature showing that the grip tester had poor reproducibility, I think is what you said. And I just wanted to look at the paper itself. So if we could go back, to MTO 38672, Registrar. And images 12 to 13. And it's at the bottom of page 12, the last paragraph, and the top of 13. And I just wanted to first see that this is what you're talking about. You refers to Australian Department of Defence Friction Policy Manual from January 2004, stating that it's widely acknowledged that continuous friction measuring equipment, CFME, has poor repeatability and can also have calibration problems. Therefore, the use of CFME to demonstrate regulatory compliance is questionable. However, it is, however, a valuable tool to assist in the management of runway friction. That's the quote. Am I correct? That's what you were referring back to?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Okay. And I see from that it's actually referring to CFME generally, which is what the grip test with CFME generally, and the grip tester is one of those, right?
This would include other devices as well.
Right.
But I would have to look at the original report to see whether they actually refer to grip tester or just to general CFME devices. I would find it, I would have jumped in my report to conclusion that grip tester would have been included in this. Right. Or in the original paper, they may refer to grip tester to start with. So I don't really know without examining the paper.
The one referred to.
I could try to locate the original paper for you, and that would be the proof of the pudding, so to speak.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I'm not. That may be the case. Let's assume that's the case for a moment. But it's you refer later to that, and I mentioned it before, and I say your paper does refer to Australia using the scrim. If we go to image 14, in the second last sentence, it refers to second last paragraph, grip tester tried by Australian jurisdictions for network friction testing has not performed as satisfactorily as the mainstay Australian testing equipment scrim. So just you had referred to that, and the scrim is a CFME though, right?
Scrim is also a British system, but much more robust.
Right. It's a big machine.
It's a truck.
Yeah, and it measures differently. It's a sideways force.
It has got some commonality with the grip tester. I believe that it also tests slip. It has got I think, variable slip. And also, if I recall correctly, it measures also side friction. The wheel is slightly at an angle to the direction of travel.
That's right.
If my memory serves me right, but it was a long time since I looked at it.
Yeah, no, we heard from Dr. Flinch that's correct. It's a sideways force device, and it measures at the wheel is at an angle to the direction the device is traveling. So then to come back to it, you also refer in the at page 9, image 9, at the top there under number 1, you're talking about the grip tester specifically, and it has over 450 units currently in operation worldwide, and that it's and above that you talk about the CFME devices used for runway friction monitoring, right? And that's its primary use up till that point, right?
It's primarily used for airport friction monitoring. So many of these devices would be used at airports.
Right. And so, and they use it. You aren't saying that the grip tester is unable to return accurate results for airports, right? That's not.
I did not say that. To start with, at the airport, the runways are much less rougher than the roads. So the grip tester, it's not likely to bounce as much, and therefore it may provide repeatable results. Right. Also, it might be driven at lower speeds because you don't have a traffic behind. So speed is not the concern. So the slower you go, the more accurate the reading would be.
Right.
I am guessing here because I have never participated in grip tester testing, so I can't really say.
No, and we're just asking you about your actual knowledge. And so the and just to come back to the jumping off the road, I think your point is, look, if you're testing on a highway at the posted speed it's a 400 series highway at 100, and it's rougher than or at 80 or whatever, and it's rougher than a runway, then given the relative lightness of the device, then it can bounce around some.
But my understanding is that grip tester is not used at posted speed. It used, I don't know, around 60 kilometers per hour max. Even though it's capable, they say that it's capable of going up to 135 kilometers per hour in theory. But
right.
In practice, I think the way it's being used, it's probably close to 60.
I think it's 50 is the typical, but in any event, it's slower than.
Okay, so I stand corrected, you know better than.
Okay, so it was your concern here that that if the MTO was testing as per its practice at the posted speed, that could pose a problem for the grip tester.
I believe so, yes. I would not recommend to run grip tester at posted speed, right. Not on freeway.
Right. And then if I could take you to image 11. At the bottom there, it's the top item under the heading disadvantages of CFME, and you refer to the grip tester specifically, that the grip tester has been used in North America mostly at airports on a research basis for roads. Therefore, it'd be imprudent to pioneer its application in network testing before enough is known of the system's efficacy for that purpose. And I think if I'm correct, that's then reflected in your recommendations that we discussed, which is, look, before we, make a decision to use the grip tester for network testing, there needs to be more analysis done, and that's what you were proposing waiting on the FHWA for. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Just give me one moment. Okay, thanks. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Clement. And I believe the commissioner that it won't be terribly long for the participants' questions, but I think perhaps Ms. Roberts for Golder would be first based on time estimates. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Mr. Clement. I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. Commissioner, Commissioner, may I begin?
Yes, please begin.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clement, I'm going to just take you back to a couple of pieces of evidence from this morning and ask a number of questions. I want to talk first about the 2007 pavement friction update that you prepared. One of the points that you made is you talked about instances where you might take steps to have friction restored even where friction levels were at 30 or above. And the one that's referenced there is where the surrounding highway has substantially higher friction numbers than the analyzed segment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about there being instances where there's a discrepancy in friction values that might affect the driver's expectation. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, but just for clarity, isn't it constantly the case that there will be disparities in friction values between sections of highways just because they're on different pavement maintenance schedules? One instance, you'll have a newly paved section with very high values, another older, maybe more polished section. Isn't that the norm on a highway?
Yes, you may have such disparities. That's unavoidable. When I speak about differences, I'm talking about major differences. for example, between 40 or 50 on one segment and 30 on another.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that I would automatically repave the one that is 30. But if that segment also had a very high number of wet surface collisions, I would definitely like to investigate whether this sudden change or violating driver expectation for the friction is the cause. Possibly I would also look at substandard geometric elements where perhaps the driver expects very high friction from the previous segment and then find themselves to go far too fast into a curve.
Okay, thank you. And I'll get to questions about geometry, but just on the point of the different friction numbers, and you made the point I was asking for, in order to assess whether driver expectation is being violated, you need to look at the collision numbers and presumably the location of the collisions.
You would also have to look at collision numbers, because unless you have got the collisions there, just because the numbers are somehow lower on one segment or another, that would not necessarily trigger resurfacing.
Thank you. And going on to questions about geometry, I want to then ask, have some follow-up questions about your presentation, pavement friction testing and management in the MTO. And essentially, as I understand it, this is proposed policy for a set of guidelines to make decisions about whether to make decisions about friction treatment or not. That's right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, evaluating where there are different levels where the friction numbers are below 25, where they're 26 to 30, and where they're greater than 30. And you described the circumstances where you engaged in a more detailed evaluation as being triggered where there's a ratio of wet to dry collisions equal to or exceeding 0.45 and above average number of wet pavement collisions. And what I want to look at is the sort of criteria that you say you need to look at for the investigation.
I would look at the ratio, and also I would look at the crash rate on wet pavement, or perhaps, total crashes, which would be an indication that there is some kind of a problem for drivers to control their vehicles.
Okay, so let's make some assumptions for the purposes of my questions. Let's assume that you've got a segment of highway with a friction number between 26 and 30. So
yes,
not great friction. And you've got wet weather, you've got wet collisions in wet conditions, and you've got a high rate of accidents. Then you start to evaluate a series of factors, and I want to look at those. And Registrar, can I please ask you to turn up MTO 13105? Great, thank you. And can you please turn to image 29? It's page 29. I'm hoping that's the same thing. Yep. Okay. And this is in the appendices to this presentation. And this is, am I reading this right, that these are the factors that you would consider in an evaluation of whether to make a decision to intervene?
Well, this is just a sample list of factors which one would have to consider.
Okay, and this is the first page of 2, so it's fairly extensive, even if it's just a sample. Okay, and when I look at the first ones, the International Roughness Index, that's, can I put that sort of in simple terms as bumps and dips on the surface?
That is basically longitudinally how wavy the road is. In other words, sloping down, sloping up.
Okay.
This one has to be very careful because roughness also influences how fast the drivers go. When the road becomes to be very rough, they tend to slow down. So then in that case, even though the friction might be lower, it's not that important.
Right, it'll slow people down. Okay, so these first numbers though, the International Roughness Index, the rutting, the pavement surface has distortions. These I might consider indications that the pavement is deteriorating in any event.
It would sometimes, it's constructed poorly, but typically you are right, it would be deteriorating. Now, if the IRI was consistently high or consistently low over a long segment, that is not so disturbing as if it is only highly localized. Because in that case, the driver does not make the adjustment to slow down. Okay,
got that. So if we go forward, if we can please turn up the next page, 30. In this part of your list of potential factors, you identify a number of items that I would contemplate as being in the nature of geometric design. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct, but all these are not necessarily carved in stone. These are just initial suggestions which would have to be agreed on by the Ministry Traffic Office. They could, for example, say that they require, the speed differential to be 20 kilometers instead of 15. So none of this is really final. This is just to give you an example of how the guideline could look like.
Got it.
This is not something that I spent a lot of time on, and I didn't get a consensus of the relevant offices on this.
Okay, no, totally understand that. But let's just look at some of them, because you've identified factors which I think what you're saying here is that these are factors ultimately which might affect friction demand. Am I categorizing that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so for instance, if we look at the second one, curves at or near the minimum recommended speed radius, if I can make sure I understand that, that would be a curve which is close to or at the minimum tightness for the design speed.
Yeah.
Second one?
Yeah, that's partially correct. You see, the geometric manual allows individual curves to be designed for a speed up to 20 kilometers lower than is the design speed of the rest of the highway. So as long as it is posted correctly, this is not a concern because the geometric manual allows that up to 20. But if, for example, the roadway is 120 and the curves are less than 100, that would be a concern. That would be a serious concern.
Okay, so where you've got, so I think I had it right, that if you've got the speed, the design speed, or sorry, the radius of the turn close to the design speed, that might be problematic depending on the posted speed.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next item is broken back curves. I'm not sure I know what that means.
that basically means that in a very short interval, you have a curve going right and then immediately another curve going left.
Okay.
That's the definition of a broken back curve. Sorry about the technical jargon.
No, it's helpful. So I might have phrased that as being the same thing as where you've got a curvilinear alignment, where you've got turns left and right.
Well, curvilinear alignment, all that means is that there are some curves present.
Okay.
But
Okay.
only some curves have broken back.
I see. So broken back is where you've got a left to a right to a left, for instance?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And grades at or beyond the maximum for the design speed?
Geometric manual recommends a certain maximum grades for each design speed. So when we are at the limit, when somebody is going down the grade, which is beyond the design grade, one could expect that they would be speeding and exceeding the design speed, and therefore such a location could have high friction demand, particularly if you have hidden entrances there or intersections.
Right. Okay. And then closely spaced interchange and or above normal weaving. So if you've got interchanges which are in effect closer than the recommended minimums in the design guide, that also might provide an additional demand on friction.
That's correct, because at interchanges or intersections, some vehicles are leaving the roadway and exiting, and through traffic behind them may brake as a result. It may caught them by surprise.
Right.
So whenever you have a speed differential, that one vehicle is moving much faster than the other, this is a concern.
Okay. And related to that is just the weaving. So that says cars are coming onto the main line and cars coming off. There's the weaving.
That's right. That means changing lane. Weaving, it means changing lane.
Right. And again, as people are coming on the main line, you've got an impact on the through traffic.
That's correct, because some traffic is already at maximum speed. Right. And it's being joined by a slower speed traffic, which can cause conflict.
Okay, and so if you've got a series of these, so where you've got curves at or near the minimum radius, you've got broken back curves, and you've got grades, and you've got closely spaced interchange. I take it that all of these individual elements to get that would create more of a demand on drivers
and on friction.
And is there a cumulative effect where you have a sequence of these factors that you've identified?
The more you have, the greater concerns, greater safety concern.
Okay. Okay, so we've talked about these things being in contemplation or things that you have to consider for safety analysis if you've got friction numbers in that sort of middle range that you've identified of 26 to 30. In this, in this paper, you identify where friction is above 31 as an instance where you're not expecting to have to take intervening or intervention to improve friction.
Okay, let's put it this way. In all my practice in Mero, I haven't come across a single case where friction on a road that already measures 30 and above was upgraded. I just stated it, for completeness, just more as a theoretical exercise.
Okay.
But such instances would be extremely rare. Normally 30 is a cutoff where people are no longer concerned.
And if you had friction above 30, but you had these factors that are on the screen that affect driver demand, affect friction demand, would you then look very closely at the geometry, at the signage, at the speed in trying to assess why you had high numbers of accidents?
You are absolutely right. You will make a good engineer.
I'm working on it.
You look obvious for the obvious, and you can't automatically jump into the conclusion that it must be friction. Whether it's 30 or whether it's just below, if you've got a very high number of wet weather collisions, the cause might be completely other than friction. They just happen to be there because obviously everything being equal, when somebody is speeding on a dry pavement or wet pavement, the chances are that the collision will happen on wet pavement. The same way, if somebody is on a very tight curve and the curve is so tight that it's unexpected by the driver, the chances are that majority of such collisions will happen during wet weather when the friction is the lowest because of the rain.
Right.
So one has to look at first at geometry, signage, delineation, and that might be the primary cause, that causes, 85–90% of all those collisions, rather than friction.
Got it.
Because as I explained earlier, friction of FN30 is for a driver comfort. It's not a limit when the road becomes suddenly unsafe. So there's still a very large safety margin below 30. And it has to be typically other factors such as geometry, signing, and delineation, which is the primary cause for those crashes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
I believe, Commissioner, that Mr. Chen had some questions for the city.
Chen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Clement. I just have a couple of questions. Perhaps I should have gone before Ms. Roberts, because I'm going to ask to bring back up MTO 38672. Mr. Registrar, thank you. And just while the registrar is bringing that document up, it's the report, Mr. Clement, where you compare the grip tester to the skid trailer with the rim tire, that I just have a couple of questions for you about. Okay, and if you could just go to image 12, Mr. Registrar. Okay, Mr. Clement, in discussing this report with Mr. Lewis, you talked about obviously some of the weaknesses of the grip tester. And so we've heard about one issue, which is the correlation between the grip tester and the skid trailer results. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I understand which it's the fourth paragraph on this page. If you can call that out. based on your research, that there is an extremely poor correlation between the skid trailer with a rib tire, which is used by the MTO, and the grip tester. Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. And in fact, you go on to state in your report that it would be impossible to accurately convert the MTO's historical data. I take it you still agree with that statement?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And we can get rid of this call out and go to image 11. Another aspect that you compare are the tires between the skid trailer and the grip tester, and that's at paragraph 4. And so I understand that the grip tester, as you say there, is fitted with a smooth tire, right?
That's correct.
And the MTO skid trailer is fitted with the rib tire, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so in terms of testing, is it right that one would want to use a test tire that resembles the tire that's more commonly used in Ontario?
It's used exclusively by MTO. MTO is using skid trailer with rib tires.
Right, and so as I understand that last sentence there, you say intuitively one would wish a test tire to resemble the most commonly encountered tire on the road, and I understand that it's the all-season tire that you're talking about there, right?
Yes, well, this is a pure intuition. When you are modeling real life using a model, it's always desirable to be as close to what you are modeling as possible. So if most tires encountered on a road are ribbed, intuition says that perhaps, this might be a better fit. But quite apart from that, sort of the jury is out, so to speak, whether to use ribbed tire or smooth tire. There was a survey in the United States in year 2000, where 39 responses from different US and Canadian jurisdictions came back. And out of 39, only 6 used the smooth tire. That was in 2000.
Okay.
So you could say that for better or worse, Ontario has chosen what the vast majority of other jurisdictions use.
Right. Okay. Got it. One other aspect that you look at is, if you can go back to image 12, is mass. And this is it starts with one of the reasons, so the second last paragraph. And simply put, I understand that the skid trailer weighs significantly more than the grip tester. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in your view, the weight difference is one reason that has led to the difficulty with correlating the results?
Yes. The reasoning is as follows. At high speed, about 95% of the friction is provided by hysteresis. In other words, penetration of the aggregate into the rubber. And only 5% is attributable to microtexture, which is really sort of adhesion.
Right, and you kind of get at that at the last sentence of that paragraph where you talk about the hysteresis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I wasn't sure if you were going to say more than that. All right, and then just the paragraph following that, if you can just call that, you can take this down and call the next one. And you had talked about modeling and what was ideal earlier, and so taking all the factors that we discussed and some of the factors you discussed with Mr. Lewis, I think you conclude here that one may argue that the skid trailer with this full-scale tire with tire thread closely matching Ontario's predominant all-season tire and with the weight more closely resembling an axle of a passenger car, that provides a more meaningful friction reading than the much smaller smooth tire equipped and lighter with the grip tester.
Now, the external diameter of the grip tested tire is half the diameter of what is normally on a vehicle and what is the skid trailer using. So their tire is scaled down, it's half. So you could argue that the contact area with the pavement would be also smaller.
Right. Okay. And the kind of the gist of why this statement here, though, I think goes back to what you were trying to explain to me earlier, is that ideally the testing apparatus should replicate the real world situation as much as possible. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is my belief. Why I personally prefer the skid trailer. Just not that I'm biased against grip tester. It has got some wonderful qualities and what I mean by that is it's a continuous testing, so you get a lot more results, and also majority of vehicles nowadays have anti-lock brakes. So they are actually, when they brake, they are using the slip friction of a grip tester, close to 14–15%. That's when the that's how the anti-lock brake operates. So grip tester in a way emulates, in this respect, the majority of vehicles now to be found in Ontario or in North America. So that's a positive feature for the grip tester.
Right. Okay, I understand. And so I just want to switch documents now. I have a clarification question to ask you. MTO 20403. Just to show you the cover slide, this is another presentation that Mr. Lewis took you to, and in this presentation you looked at the relationship between pavement friction and the collision rate using data from Owen Sound and the Eastern region. And if you can turn up image 21. All right. And so you see here a slide titled Data Rectification. And
so those formulas are incorrect.
Okay.
This is what MTO was using at that time, but since then they have been revised.
Okay, and
as I explained to you, based on the relationship that the 65 kilometers per hour and 100 kilometers per hour, the difference between FNs is exactly 10. So for 80, one would have to linearly extrapolate, and instead of a 1, it would probably be somewhere close to 5. You know, I don't know. I don't have the calculation handy, but this figure has been revised since.
Okay, no, that was my question, because earlier today you testified about a conversion as well, and it was inconsistent with what I saw on the slide here, but I think you've now answered that question. So those are all the questions.
Now you must understand is that one is measuring at a posted speed, and those values, as long as the test is performed at the posted speed, do not require any adjustment unless you choose to adjust for temperature.
Right.
But the only time you are using an adjustment formula, sort of a revised formula, would be if instead of a posted speed, you are testing at a lower speed, and then you have to adjust your reading so that everything is on the same basis, which is posted speed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay.
I believe Council for Dufferin has no questions, and so it would be over to Mr. Bourrier for the MTO.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Just make note here. Okay, Mr. Clement, thank you very much for attending and appearing before the inquiry today. You're excused if you want to leave.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that completes the evidence for this afternoon. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, that is correct.
And so the next witness will appear tomorrow at 9:30. Unless there's anything else we have to do this afternoon, we'll stand adjourned until that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll stand adjourned then until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Registrar, could we just have the all council room briefly, just so we can talk about timing for tomorrow? Thank you.